You need to talk to everything here. Or explore this place. Let's go to the Royal Rumble. I know that. Okay.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
Probably.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Alright.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
Okay.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Well, one more person.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
Yes.
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Okay.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Heverick 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Heverick 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Alright. Okay. That game's getting ready to go on.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helghan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Alright. Next.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Two more.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, Is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a
Yes.
lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dan is still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Alright.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds...
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Alright. I went to the upper level before I hit Central again. Oh. It's a viewing deck. Actually has a nice view of... That's actually pretty cool. Okay. That's worth my time.
you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
But...
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, Then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
Yes.
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Alright, turn to west.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Please let me go to the final dungeon soon? Now?
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen? I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything that
Listen,
we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shionne. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shionne.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shionne,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah,
Come on.
we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrecht 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
I think I walk myself out doing the side quests. Yep, I did. Well. Guess we can do a future playthrough in the future. Up to this point, then stop.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
The time was it warned me. Oh well.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Alright. We have to make some choices now.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet...
Alright. So we're gonna make a save here.
That's a dead world?
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Alright, so now I'm able to teleport wherever I want. Alright. Let's see what we're doing with. Monster-wise, I probably need a wobble here.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Oh.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to defeat them at their own game.
Double Demon Fang! That'll bring you down! I'll smash you!
Leave the enemy's arms to me.
No complaint here!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Please, it is add kind of way.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here's a healing art.
Double Demon Fang!
Sorry to trouble.
You do the same for me. Now,
Kisara, Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
illuminate the dark.
Scream.
Holy
Bloody Howling! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Burn!
Tempest
In a bind? Double Demon Fang! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Take this!
Nothing gets by me.
Now you see what I can do!
Do it!
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Okay.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Display!
Come and face me!
These ones can resurrect.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back.
I'll
trip it up.
Double Demon Fang!
That'll bring you down.
You're mine! You picked the wrong fight! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Double Demon Fang!
Hear my call.
Resonate with the earth!
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Get on in there with the
Double Demon Fang!
I'll smash you! Raging Storm! This is it. Banana, let's go!
Resonate with the earth!
Here!
You're mine!
Lunar Blast! I'm all stuffed up! Annihilation!
I'm not done!
I can handle it! Now! Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Okay. So this place is gonna welcome me a good amount.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Take this!
You really get on my nerves.
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for you and Truly.
Illuminate the sky!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well done. I'm out of ammo. Where are you going? Eat
Can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind. I never fit. Astral energy.
Say no more! More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Raise the whirling stars of light.
They might black and blade!
Hurricane
Not on my watch.
This one's all mine!
Denied. Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Here comes balls.
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Burn in hell! Hurricane Thrust!
Not much longer to go.
Come on, one final push!
Let's do this together, Alphen.
Take this!
I'm here. More for the stockpile.
No escape! Double demon fang!
Burning. Glacial field. Here's evil.
Double demon fang! Double demon!
Armor won't save. Nothing gets by me. I can't imagine what we do without you, Noel. Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think? I'm serious. You're a lifesaver. Confiscated.
It's up!
Far enough. Do it.
Hurricane
Astral energy.
Say no more! Like no more!
Here.
Hurricane Thrust!
I'm out of ammo.
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
Bloody howling. Now. I'm out of it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Burn in hell!
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! More?
Not so smug now. Your astral arts are truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! More?
Everlasting dark!
All disasters made one. Come forth, the helix of purity.
Being interrupted.
Force field.
Take this!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact block! We want more?
Disasters made
Take
one.
this.
Come forth, the
Double
helix of
demon fang.
purity.
Not today!
Where are you going?
I'm ready! Like a human.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
All
My turn!
disasters made one.
Nothing
Come forth, the helix of purity. Flame of fury. Not on my watch.
They smite with black and blade!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Double demon fang!
Freeze laser. Far enough. Lightning condemned. Thunderbolt.
escape.
Magic can do it.
Double in an instant! Impact block! Now!
Hear
Here
my
I
call.
come!
Tempest
Double
swirl.
demon fang! Not today!
Now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
With this, I can become even stronger.
That's a good fight.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow? What?
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Security.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, this one will be difficult to predict.
Glacial Spear.
It's driving me mad.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
You're finished. Here I come.
Ready to go.
Now you see what I can do! Take this!
Take this.
Glacial Spear.
Resonate with the earth!
This one's all mine.
Freeze laser.
Burn it. You're mine.
Do it.
Totally. In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Hurricane thrust. Hurricane thrust.
That'll bring you down. Primed and ready.
Hurricane thrust.
Not much longer to go.
Come on. One final push.
Let's do this together, Alphen. Don't mind if I do. Do it.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. Now. You're mine. Hurricane thrust.
I'm out of ammo.
Hurricane thrust. Ignite. I'm ready. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops.
I need to be stronger. I have a bad feeling about this.
Take this.
By the power of water.
Heal my weary companion! Carve through armor!
Leave it. I can't hold on much longer.
Too fast.
Stand back!
Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done. Here's Eva.
I'm not done. Double demon fang.
On your knees!
Do it.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Probably not long enough. I need to heal. I said probably. I mean now. There's in that chest.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Alright, take care of these.
Shield from calamity!
Let loose. No escape.
Ignite! Feast hunting, anyone?
That'll bring you down.
Another
I've been hit
incantation
with
ruined.
something.
So even a magic has its limit.
Hold on, here I come. Pull myself together. Water, here I call.
Bloody
Double demon fang.
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission! Prepare to be sealed. Awfully difficult. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Yours to be let free.
Photon blast.
No further!
Sorry.
Do the same for me.
Hear me.
I'm ready!
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. Now. Here I come.
Can you take it?
Double demon fang.
Tempting!
Slash. Dazzling Rupture. Lunar Rondo.
Rending you
What would I do
apart!
without?
How many times have I used this? It's getting there. Once at that favorable 3,000 mark with that.
You're mine. Bloody escape. You're mine. Lunar Rondo. You're mine.
Feel my weary companion!
Take this.
Shattering you! Pieces! Attack time!
Not today.
I can carve through armor! Take this!
By the
Try
power
this.
of water.
Infernal Torrent. Take this.
Heal my...
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Magna Red. I never miss. It looks like you got this one covered.
Crush.
Heal!
Okay. Here I go. Slash. Swallow Blade. Be still.
require a hand.
In a bind?
Denied! I'm out of ammo!
Overwhelmed save you! I'll grind you into dust!
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Elusive deity!
Raging Storm!
No escape!
Light Astral Raging Cascade! Here!
I'm not done!
Negative glacial spear! Resonate with the earth!
Freeze Lancer! Come forth and heal us of purity!
Refill! You picked the wrong fight!
Outstanding form! Annihilation! Let the marksman handle this!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
Can't get out of this!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Luna Rondo! The flame inside me! Yours
Do it!
to be let go! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Okay.
So I still had room to grow.
This looks nice and tough.
I guess I get armor for the one to few people I don't have in my party.
Guess I misread the landing.
Don't get careless.
Nothing gets by me! Don't tell me! Burn! Captivity! Far enough!
You're mine!
Elusive deity!
Double demon time to cross blade! Luna Rondo!
Can you take it? You're mine!
Sleep now! There you go! Don't let up!
Take this!
Can you take it? You're mine!
You're finished!
Take it! I'll stop its charge!
Here's one thing, Kisara! Spread!
Lightning thrust!
It's over!
Thrust! I'm not done!
Reload!
Luna
Can you
Rondo!
take it?
Meteor!
Elusive deity!
Ruin shit!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Take
Lunar
this!
corruption!
I'm not done!
Generate a
pieces!
Hurricane thrust!
Everlasting dark! Can't get out of this!
Hurricane thrust! Pissed off!
Now you see what I can do!
Burn in hell!
Never fit! In here!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Nothing gets by me!
Forward up!
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Confiscated!
Tear!
Damn it!
Luna Rondo!
Shining supernova!
Be still! Burn!
Rending
Luna Rondo! Now I can let loose!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Luna Rondo!
Auto regeneration!
Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil! Water Astral!
I owe you one.
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Rising
Do it!
Phoenix! Oh! Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Looks like I have to go to here. Okay.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquel. Or
I have a bad feeling about this.
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Glacial Spear! Pierce the evil!
Mirage! Dazzle!
Freeze Lancer!
Luna Rondo!
Insects should stay on the ground. Go! I'm only getting started!
In a bind? Blind freak? Why can't they just sit still?
Tia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Eat them!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
You're mine!
Regenerate!
Glacial Spear!
Let us be ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here I go!
Double demon flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
You're really strong out there!
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around. As impressive as
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! They've got me surrounded.
Rending you apart!
Holy Lit!
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired.
You got company!
Grant me the strength to march on! Can't get out of this! I owe you one!
Here I come!
I'm not done!
I'll smash you! Annihilation! That'll bring you down! Concentration!
Begin!
I'll heal you all!
A wall to shield from
I
calamity!
do! Thanks so much!
I'm sorry to trouble.
I'm
ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together. Like a finely timed wall.
Far enough!
I'm ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Yep. That's what I need to defeat.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
This'll make us even more formidable.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Be still! Lunarungo!
Burning strike! Careful! That's the way to satisfy!
Lunarungo! Bloody howling!
One more time!
Lightning strike! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Ignite! Lunarungo! Can't get out of this! Mirage!
Amazing.
Lunarungo! Resonate with the earth!
Primed and ready.
Stalagmite!
Where are you going?
On your knees!
Wind astral energy! Banana! Aqua!
Dazzle! Lunarungo! Another incantation ruined!
Another dream! Radiant light! I'm all stopped
Denied! Regenerate!
Thanks! That's what I do!
Being interrupted!
Lunarungo! Here's evil!
Take! Forgive me!
You paid for that! Double Demon Fang!
Resurrection! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Carve through armor!
Radiant pierce!
Can you take it? Breath of life! Heal my
No more
demon
playing
companion.
nice! Lunar corruption!
Eat them!
I can't hold on much longer!
Come on! Double Demon Fang!
Radiant blast! Seer flame! Reload!
It's too much!
Double Demon
It's in the
Fang!
sky, it's mine!
Smite with blackened blade!
Far enough!
It's over! Try harder!
Fear the healing art!
It's time!
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alfred, very bad!
I don't feel so good.
No dawn shall break benediction light.
Radiant light! Illuminate the dragon!
Demon Fang!
Anything in order!
Glimmer!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alright.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Oh wait. See that skill panel? Oh yeah, that's what I was doing now. Let's see you else. until her combos going very frequently. Let me get what I have anymore for her. Oh, you have a lot for me to spend. Good for you. Do that. Tweak that one. Tweak this one. Let's make you like a lot more useful than that. That would be the defense, I'm thinking. So is that.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
To be let free.
I'll
smash you! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon!
Shield from calamity.
Double Demon Fang!
Flying freaks! They just sit still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Can you take it?
More where that came from!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Now! Take this!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Mine!
Take this! Ignite!
I'm all stuffed up!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Dragon Form!
Can't get out of this.
Steering flare! Reload!
I can carve through
I'm ready! Double Demon!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Sky!
Well done!
Take this! Double Demon Fang!
Steel!
Taking pile up.
Let's get you off! Damn it! I'm all stuffed up!
Elusive deity.
Soaring Blast! Divine! Darling! In an instant! Impact Block!
With this, I can become even stronger.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Okay, here I go. Double Demon Fang! Thanks. Burn in hell! Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this.
ready and raring.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll smash you.
A thrilling performance.
I never miss. Supernova!
This one's all mine! Burn!
Glacial Spear.
Double Demon Fang!
Can you breathe? Now or never. In a vine.
You're mine! Double Demon Fang! Enough done! It's over! Double Demon Fang!
Soaring
Here I come! Flaming Club! Lunar Rondo! Dazzle! Time to let it rip! Double Demon Fang!
Thank you.
Dance on the Everything! They smite with blackened blade! This one's all mine! Execution! Demon Fang! Not today! Rending you apart! Now remember, Demon Bloody! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here
I come! I owe you one. In a bind?
I got it!
I can carve through armor! Far enough! Everlasting dust! Eagle ray!
Dance in the wind! Eat dirt! Sleep now! This one's mine!
Benediction light.
I'll be saving you!
Demon Fang!
I'll fix you up!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat dirt!
By the power of water!
Double Demon Fang! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I need to be stronger.
Okay. What's in here? I retreat. Okay. It now.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Demon Fang!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Water! Here's our call!
This is looking good.
Return evil!
Okay.
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together. Like a finely timed walk.
Hurricane
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
There!
Double Demon Fang! In a bind?
Do it!
Anticlimactic.
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
1, 2, 3, 7, 4. Yeah, right on the count.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Hey, look at that enemy!
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me! Thank you! Lightning Thrust! Dance on the Lunar Rongo! Ignite! Lunar Rongo! Okay, here I go!
Looks like you got eat dirt! I never miss! The flames will roar!
Can you take it?
Radiant
Instantaneity! Armor won't save you! Eagle Ray!
Here I come! No more playing nice!
Charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! No further!
Blah blah blah! Thunder blade!
Burn!
Blah blah blah!
Lunar Rongo! You!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant here!
Be still!
Outstanding form!
Try harder! Heal my weary companion!
Leave the charges to me.
Lunar Rongo! I'll smash you! Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this!
I don't even know the word defeat.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Sleep now!
Be still!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Confiscated!
Eagle Ray! Grind and rend!
Tempest!
Where are you going?
Death on the wind!
Healing arm!
Luna Rongo!
Here! More where that came from!
Try harder!
Radiant!
I have no limit! Heal my wounded companion!
Damn it!
Hurricane Thrust! Luna Rongo! It's go time! I'll smash you! Luna Rongo!
Lunar corruption!
Ignite!
Lunar blast! Wind astral energy! Lightning
Hurricane Thrust!
Annihilation! Illuminate!
Thrilling performance!
Holy land!
Demon Take this!
Downfall!
Lightning Thrust! Lightning Thrust!
Here's evil!
Luna Rongo!
Raging storm!
Beat! Luna Rongo!
Photon flux! Illuminate the blah blah blah! Spirit flame!
Do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
That feels fine.
These bad guys really don't mess around.
I'll lose my thing, but I'm gonna keep this going.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Oh, this place is massive. Compared, okay. What am I now? 47. I started this area in my 44. Yeah, I can feel over to right here. Nice.
I've got a really bad feeling about this!
Come one, come all! Thanks! The flame inside me, yours, will be let free!
I never miss!
I can carve through armor!
Illuminate the dark!
Do it!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got
Well done!
double demon fang! Demon lash!
Confiscated!
I'll thank
Do
you!
it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Slash!
Photon
Swallow
blast
blade!
in the wind!
Burn!
Lunar
I'm ready!
corruption! Photon astral energy!
Say no more.
There you go.
You sure showed them!
All in a day's work.
Don't want this. Yeah, I think I like that.
This one's tough! Be still! Liar!
Here I go!
Take this! Catch!
Ready to go!
Shield from calamity! Be still! Luna Rongo! We got fire! No
I
further!
got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Double demon fang!
All yours.
I'll thank you! Double demon fang!
Anything you got the stronger!
Now you see what I can do!
Another one! Double demon fang! No further!
One at a time! Searing flame! Reload!
You picked the wrong fight!
Sparkling
Here I come! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
Double demon
I'm only
fang!
getting
Double demon fang!
Crazy cascade!
Actually, double demon fang!
Appropriate. Let's talk things over you.
No escape! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
My
I
turn!
won't stop now!
Hurricane deity!
Tear!
Hurricane thrust! Hurricane thrust!
Nothing gets by me.
I thought you were going to wreck the place. I'm not nearly finished yet. Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
And here I hope you're wishing me.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Now!
I've never seen...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
Almost.
Now!
In an instant. Impact block.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh, it's just a prank. Okay. I am not looking forward to this.
Little help! Hear my call!
Ignite! Luna Rongo! It can hide its own. Amazing! Luna Rongo! No further!
There you go! Don't let up! By the power of water!
Elusive deity! Flaming thrust! Luna Rongo!
This one's mine! Freeze Lancer! Confiscated!
Negative
You
gate!
get the chance!
Render you a pawn! Be still!
I'm sorry.
Luna, you'll pay for that! Eat dirt!
Watch it!
Luna Rongo!
Far enough!
Imbued its vanquished soul
Take
with
this!
life!
Annihilation!
Luna Rongo!
Resuscitation!
I'll smash you!
Outstanding form! I killed it with my weary companion!
Double demon fang!
I hear it! All the fury! Burning strike! Water! Hear my call!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Breath of last one's all
Heal
mine!
my weary
Double
companion.
demon fang! Ignite!
Raging
Luna
action!
Double demon fang!
I'm prison!
Can you take it?
Elusive deity!
I think I'm coming down with some strength.
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Dazzle! Luna Rongo! Dazzle!
I don't know what I'd do without you. An astral art?
That's my field!
Shut him down! Luna Rongo!
Where are you going? Regenerate!
Luna!
Don't suffer in silence.
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
Not today!
Sleep
Be
now!
still!
I'll do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Okay, that's one.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Can I get this before I fight? Please?
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Be still! Double demon fang!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me. Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
It's go time!
I'll heal you all!
Demon Land! Armor won't save you! Soaring!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
In here!
I'm doing to eat dirt! Now I can let loose!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. I owe you one. Demon fang!
In a bind?
Up and at it! Hear my call! I spread! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Elusive deity! Here I come!
Lunar Blast!
Tornado drive!
In the wind!
Thrust!
Handle it with the Martian! Let astral energy!
It's on! Elusive! Burn in hell! Shine! Radiant light! Here are regeneration! Armor won't save you! Regenerate!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
You're mine! I'm not done!
You require
Thrust! Take this!
Annihilation! Orb! Raging
Double demon!
Ready to go! In here!
Tear! Hurricane
Get
thrust!
on in there with the
Deny! Soaring lightning! Tear! Hurricane thrust! You're on! I'm not done!
I've used too much.
No escape! Stop! Here I come! Flame inside me yearns to be let free! Take it! Soaring blast!
Hear my call!
Now you see what I can do! Take this!
Thrilling performance.
Burning
I'm not done!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Double demon
Do it!
fang! Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Okay.
I've used a bit too much healing.
I'm going the wrong way. Oops. I'm way at 9 to 5 again. So that's what's happening. Go do that. Oh. I've saw that before. I've been actually really good to get. Alright, next. Good boy. Yeah, still using a pineapple. But that's worth it.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. I'm only getting Lunar
Can't move!
Don't give up!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you alright?
Let me handle this one.
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Annihilate! Waterfall! In here!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Show me what my heart can do! Rise and shine! Magic is Annihilation!
Take this! Can't get out of this!
Lightning Rondo! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Ignite!
Burning! Hear my call!
It's over!
Glacial field!
The fluidity of your music is simply incredible.
One more time! Water! Hear my call! Red! Not in your dreams!
It's over! No further!
Purge malevolence! Arcade waterfall! Let me show you what my heart.
Benediction
All disasters made one! Come forward!
Demon Fang!
Purity!
Ignite! Negative gate!
If it's in the sky, I run! All day!
Lunar Rondo! Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision! On your knees!
Here, let me help.
Gale Force!
This one's mine.
Hey, great
Flaming Thrust! Lunar Rondo!
Illuminate magic advance!
Bloody hell!
Healing circle!
I'll smash you! Negative gate!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Glacial spear.
Here's evil!
Here I come!
Freeze laser!
Lunar Rondo! All mine!
Weapon
You are fine! Bloody hell!
Burn it! Raging cascade! I'm going to need to use weak power of my healing.
No further!
lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Good.
Discourteous, aren't you?
I'll face you.
Resonate with the earth!
Glacial Spear. Here's the
No
evil.
art of being interrupted.
Lunarongo. Raging Storm.
Rending you apart!
Only getting started. Save you, bloody hell. Here I come. That'll bring you down. Lunarongo.
Thrilling performance.
Lunarongo. Bloody howling. By the power of water.
Take this!
My astral annihilation. Mega Red. Here comes Annihilation. Don't mind if I do. Mega Red.
Dazzle! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Luna Blast! Bear to the fray! Demon Fang! Mega Ray! Flame of Fury!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You picked the wrong fight!
Can you take it? Demon Fang! Armor won't save you! There you go!
No further.
Don't let up! Reload! Freeze Lancer! Blah blah blah! Moon Eruption! Photon Driven Assault!
Double Demon Fang!
And ready! I never miss!
Solidity of your movement.
Now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Ray!
I'm just thinking that's my face.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
That's where I have to go. This fucking chest. That's fine.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Ready to go!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Bloody light! Rain down in full field!
Mind freeze!
Why can't they just sit still?
Zia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! Meteor Sword! Light Astral Light Astral
Stay calm. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
Lunar Corruption!
It's time!
Gemini Onslaught!
Rending you apart!
Photon Array!
Take this!
Now! Gemini Onslaught! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end it!
I'm right beside you!
Seismic Rupture!
Lightning Condemned!
Seismic
I'm
Rupture!
going to illuminate all the power of my healing art!
Burn in hell!
Holy Land!
Double Demon Fang! You're mine!
Hearts require complete focus!
I'm not done! I'm not done!
Leave the chargers to me!
You're mine! Struck! Lightning Disorder! Double Demon Fang!
Take this! Holy Land!
Excellent technique.
How are your weapons holding up?
That's not to give me any ideas.
I'll stop
As
its
impressive as always.
Thanks, Kisara!
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Shion actually use Thruster. Annihilation! Radiant Look!
Can't get out of this!
Flaming Thrust! Burn in hell!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Flaming Thrust!
Light Astral Here's evil! Thunder Blade! Freeze Blade! Illuminate the Outstanding form! I'm all stuffed up!
You're mine!
Magic Searing Flame! Lightning orb!
Take
There!
negative
Never
death!
mind.
Lunar Bongo!
Into the wind! Air! Into the snow! Magic Kazam! Mega Red!
I have no limits! Be still! I'm ready! All yours, Kisara!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds. That equipment should come in handy.
I'm feeling towards the end of this place.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Okay. Burn! Can't get out of this!
This one's mine.
Don't leave me!
Save them.
I'll bring you back from death to death! Resuscitation! Holy Land!
Not done yet, Shine! Radiant line! Force of regeneration! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cycla! Benediction. My turn! Hurricane Thrust! Another incantation ruined!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you!
I'm not done! Lunar Rondo! Breath of life! Heal my weary companion! Ignite!
Not on my watch!
Now we'll never bang! Take this! Take this! Double Demon Fang! I can carve through armor!
Here's a healing arm!
Okay, here I go.
Double Demon Fang! On your knees! Lightning Thrust! Hurricane Thrust all mine! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Your death will be.
Tonight's meal is on you.
You've got
This one's mine!
Double Demon Fang! Bloody howling!
Lightning orb! I'm nice and strong! Sorry!
You'll pay for that! Imbue this vanquished soul with life! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! How are being interrupted? Double Demon Fang! Tempest my... Oh! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Alright, have fun. Wait, here with me. That means it's both is here.
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan? Or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Let's see, what am I dealing with here? This thing's ugly.
What is that thing?
Hope it hurt me.
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Luna Rondo!
Resonate with the earth.
You picked the wrong fight!
Luna
Rondo! Bloody holiday!
We powered up! Get up! There you go! Don't let up!
Okay,
Here on his head is weak point?
we'll need to bring it down somehow to...
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Luna Rondo! Soaring blast! In a bind?
Free still! You picked the wrong fight!
Luna Rondo! Seismic rupture! Crescent strike!
Amazing.
Mirage! Take this!
It's so good!
No escape!
Feel it!
Here I come!
I'm a fury!
Dance on the wind! Let me see what I can do!
Here's evil!
You've left us on sin. It's time!
Luna Rondo!
Can't get out of this!
Free Lancer! You get this!
Shine!
Be still!
Radiant light!
Luna Rondo! You picked the wrong fight! Luna Rondo!
Denied!
Radiant Lancer!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade! Lunar Corruption!
Be still!
Into the shadow!
Here I come!
Here
I'm
goes!
not done!
Searing at your dreams!
It's on!
Reload!
Luna Rondo! Burn!
Gale Force!
Luna Rondo!
Can't get out of this!
Annihilation! Hydration! That'll bring you down! Hit!
Seismic rupture!
By the power of water!
Go at you!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Flaming Thrust!
Hydration Orb!
Luna Rondo!
Fury! Burning Steel! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Captivity!
Freeze Lancer!
On your knees!
I can handle it.
Water!
I'm not done! Take this!
Denied!
Break your sword!
Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Illuminate the dark!
Incantation ruin!
Dazzle!
Photon Flux!
Luna Rondo!
Arcade Fireball!
Burn in hell!
Freeze Lunar Blast!
Luna Rondo!
They
Annihilation!
in a bind?
This is
All the one save you!
Luna Rondo!
Mega Ray ready! Annihilation!
Everlasting dark!
Mega Ray!
Eagle ray!
Raging Storm!
Strike!
Tunnel! Water! Here's my call!
still!
Loud magic! Red!
Lightning Thrust! Get!
Everlasting
Charge!
Water! Here's
Negative
my call!
gate!
Take this!
Hydration Orb!
Lightning Thrust!
Don't mind if I do! Let the marksman handle this! Disasters made one! Come
Dazzle!
forth and helix of fury!
Eat dirt!
Luna Rondo! Take this!
I never miss! Raging Storm!
In a bind?
I didn't think you had it in there.
Okay, there'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
I'll thank you.
All disasters made one! Come forth and helix of
Now you
fury!
see what I can do! Rotating pile driver!
Here! Nails! I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up!
Elusive deity!
Be still!
Rotating pile driver!
Photon!
Tornado
Flame!
blast!
Air blast!
I'll blind you with a
Photon!
shot!
Magic! Steel!
Rock in
What
pain.
is weak? I'll be saving annihilation! Do
I'm
it!
ready! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
That boss was easy.
hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the Sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dongrim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure...
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Alright, I have a fast travel point here now. That means I go to a shop. This is the last shop I can go to. Let's do that.
Finally made it.
have to, I can still get some stuff here. But I get good amount of all this stuff. Do that actually. Oh, I'll get some old armors too.
You can never be too prepared.
Oh yeah.
But did we have to spend so much?
Oh no, we did. That's right.
Done. This is
Alright.
We've reached our destination. I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
No art of being interrupted.
I'll heal you all. Don't mind if I do.
Shattering barrier.
Pieces. Attack line. Healing circle. Concentrate. It's weak for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too. This works.
Not today.
Flame of fury. Ghost turn. Magic is there. This one's mine. I never miss.
Take it. Can't get out of this. Be still.
Amazing.
You get the gist.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Thunder field.
Another incantation ruined.
Hear my call. Magic is there. Let's get you all tucked away. It looks like you.
Behold, the Earth pulse. Tectonic vision. Benediction light. Try harder. I owe you one.
Here, Art.
Hurricane
Here I
Thrust.
come. Now for the rain. Here.
Hurricane Thrust. Blackened blade.
Glacial spear.
Yeah, free passing it. I'm freeway.
King Storm. Freeze Light action.
I'm happy. I don't need to use this any longer.
Take much more.
Raging cascade.
I have no limits. Quivering wind. Hurricane thrust. Not today.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Hurricane thrust.
Dance in the wind. Out
Hurricane Thrust! Wide open!
It won't escape me.
Do it! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
Definitely snatched the fight.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
If I needed to, yeah.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That show.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renasalma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renasalma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. The floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
That's annoying.
This one will be difficult to predict.
This one's mine.
I'm not done! It's over! Outline you with a shot! Hurricane Thrust! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal. Resonate with the earth! Still out! We got fire!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Burn! All yours! Lightning Thrust!
Leave the enemy's arch to me.
No complaints here!
Come forth as
Come and face me!
In a bind?
You're mine!
I can carve through armor! Far enough!
Severing wound!
All disasters made one.
You're on!
Can you take it? Take this!
Severing wind!
Our surge is through.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
You're on!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Not much longer to go.
Come on! One final push!
Let's do this together, Alvin.
Eat this!
I'll face you.
Severing wind! Hurricane thrust!
I can do this all
You're
right.
on! Here I come!
Eagle ray. Can you take it?
Wind! Tear! Rupture! Here I come!
Glacial spear.
I like that when one. I think we could have something basic here. Destruction, yeah.
Silver! It's time! Destruction!
Raging
Deity! Destruction!
far beyond the darkest
No
sky.
further!
I'm only getting in now.
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
It's finally time to us.
Hurricane thrust! Regenerate!
Sorry,
Here I
I
come.
didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth,
my
holy
brother's
spirit.
blood.
Holy elation. Hear me, flame of fury. Burning.
Execution!
Okay.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
It's gonna hurt.
Being interrupted.
This is gonna need all of us together.
Lunarongo! I owe you one.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy river. Here I go. Holy land. I'm ready. Arch required complete. I never miss.
Now, while it's freely!
Take it down.
Lunarongo burn! On your
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Chronicles field.
Lunarongo!
Glacial spear.
Alpha!
Lightning attack. Thunderblade. Illuminate the healing effect.
Lunarongo!
Holy land. We've taken too much damage.
In a bind?
Here I come!
Shattering of pieces!
Lunar corruption.
Lunarongo!
Charge like that would easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Rending you apart!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
Be still! Lunarongo! Hold nothing back! Lightning thrust! Hurricane thrust! Soaring light spear!
Leave the chargers to me.
Fury. Burning.
Far enough! Elusive deity!
Is this it?
Don't leave me.
Pain.
First aid. Now. There.
Resuscitate! Another incantation ruined!
Now it's my turn.
So you clamor for my true power? That did it.
Where are you going?
Take this! The armor won't save you!
I'll bring you back when we get to this.
Pulse of regeneration! Regenerate!
We can do this!
Cliche, but appropriate.
I'm counting on you.
Easy prepared.
Heal my weary companion!
Thank you for the healing, Doberine.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one's dying on our watch.
Here!
Don't give up. Radiant pierce.
Resuscitation!
I'm going to need to use the full power of my
Lightning thrust!
Nothing gets by me.
Lunarongo!
I'll bring you back from
Be
death to
still! Lunarongo! The flame inside me is yours!
I'm ready!
Beyond!
get toasty.
Burn strike!
I'll bring you back
Resonate with the earth!
Be still! And more of this or I'll burn out! Lunarongo!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Strike!
Hear my call.
You're finished! You're on!
Glacial spear.
no further!
Destruction!
Dragon Swarm!
I never miss!
Try harder!
Burning!
Destruction!
Bloody Destruction!
Dragon Swarm! This one's all mine! Bloody hell! Ignite!
Ready to go! Far enough! Waterfall! How are you, Tion?
Healing is what my art is best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I have no limits! Be still!
You require
Lunar Rondo! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust! Stardust!
out of the woods.
The
enemy is R2.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Okay.
I've used a bit too much healing.
Doesn't even give me that much experience. So that's scary. Let's see what's here. Birds. Oh, where's Nemesis? Not one of these guys. From here. Do this.
This one will be difficult to predict.
They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious.
You picked the wrong fight!
Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Mirage!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop me dying?
Right.
Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
They're surrounding us. Here's evil. Holy Light! I never miss.
I can gradient through armor! Boost of regeneration! I could do without this thing!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not again!
Top field.
The blade up! Not today! Time to let it rip! Destruction! Soaring Blast! Demon Destruction! Eagle Ray!
Healing circle. Burning strike. Raging.
Sorry, trouble.
You do the same for me.
Lightning Thrust!
In here.
Coming
Stop
through!
its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this! Lightning Thrust!
Where are you going?
Breath of life. Heal my weary companion. In a bind?
I'll heal you now. Purge the
Lightning Thrust!
Radiant
This one's all mine! Burn! Elusive Deity! Lunar Rondo! Soaring Blast!
Now you see what I can do.
Now I can gulp you! Lunar Rondo!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Lunar Rondo! Destruction! Hold nothing back!
They smite with blazing blade.
Freeze Lancer!
Lunar Rondo!
In here!
Prepare to be sealed. Can't get out of
This will
this.
come in handy.
Rising Phoenix! Be still! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Lunar Rondo! You picked the wrong fight! I owe you one.
Thanks, Sion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll be better.
No more playing nice!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Lunar Rondo! Elusive Deity! Flaming Thrust!
Can you take it?
Hurricane Thrust!
Forgive me. This is my fault. From beyond, imbued with vanquished
Ready to
soul
go!
and life.
Tempest,
After being interrupted.
hold on to your art. Here I come!
Destruction!
Prepare to be
The
sealed.
flames will roar! I'll burn you!
Flaming through the flame inside me yearns to be let free. No, can't end here.
Everlasting dark.
Negative gate. Reflect on thy sins. They smite with blackened blade.
Back from death's abyss.
Execution. On your
Bring you back from death's abyss.
air pressure.
Which is in the sky is mine. Now.
Tremor. Demons descend. Flashing fang. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
Glacial steel. Here, this one's mine.
Reflect on thy sins. Be still. With blackened blade. Lunarondo. I'll smash you. It's on.
Water. Here, lightning.
You picked the wrong fight.
Spread.
Lunarondo.
Here you go. Don't let up. Freeze Lancer. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust. Arc shield. Radiant Thunder.
Everlasting. Lunarondo. Take this.
They're not playing around. Annihilation. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy
Can you take it? The dark has been felt here. On your knees. Air pressure.
Illuminate the dark.
Rending you apart. Lunarondo. Bloody howling. Ready and ready. I can carve through armor.
Mega Ray. Light Astro. Illuminate the dark.
Thrilling things further.
Stay away from my friend!
Primed and ready. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Hydration orb. Lightning condemned. By the power of water. I'm going to need to use magic. Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
Lunarondo.
Freeze Lancer. This one's mine.
Lunarondo.
Lightning orb.
They smite with
Light
blackened
Astro.
blade.
Lightning
Lunarondo.
condemned. My arc. Thunderblade. Rising star. Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
Now or never.
Holy
Can't
Lance.
get out of this. And more of this and I'll burn out.
Need to pull myself together.
Lunarondo.
Here
I'm
goes.
ready. Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
This looks nice and tough.
Alright. Fake this thing.
Gotta break through! Dazzle! Lunarondo!
Armor won't save you. Hurricane thrust. Tear. Flaming thrust. Captivity. Lunarondo. On your knees. This one's all mine. Rending you apart. Not today. Be still. Lunarondo.
Come on.
Another incantation ruined.
Rise and shine. Shiny supernova. Up and out.
Elusive deity. Be still. Soaring Lunarondo.
Annihilation. Magic on the mine.
Flaming thrust.
Where are you going?
Lunarondo. Ready and ready.
Annihilation.
Dance on the wing.
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Radiant.
Dazzle. The flame inside me yearns to be let
There
free.
you go. Don't let up.
Elusive deity.
Flame of steel.
Lunarondo.
Do not call. Light Astro. Dance to the wind.
Dazzle.
Glacial steel. Here's
Lunarondo.
What in the world? Don't worry. I'm alright. I'm still standing.
Flaming thrust. Hurricane thrust. Hurricane thrust.
An
astral arch?
That's my cue.
Mirage. Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
Breath of life. Heal my
Be
weary
still.
companion.
Lunarondo.
In a vine.
Ignite.
Now.
Chill.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Alright. And birds.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist. Here's evil. I'm not so good with airborne
Now you
targets.
see what I can do.
Negative
Dance in the wind.
airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Not on my watch. Leave the charge to me. Spear. Pierce evil. Bloody hell. Freeze Lancer.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance. Resonate with the earth!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Ready to do it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope they will be focused.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
This ends now.
Consider yourself
That's
finished!
right. That one went smoothly.
I think I'm getting stronger.
That's in the chest. I'll take that. Oh.
Don't get careless.
Be still!
Don't tell me!
Ignite!
Leave the charge. Where are you going? Illuminate the Dual Lightning condemned.
Be still! Try harder! Lunar Rondo!
Illuminate the charge. Come forth. Anything holy land.
Mirage!
Mega ray.
Destruction!
That'll bring you down.
I'll face you! You can't get out of this!
Dazzle! I'm ready! Look sharp!
Lightning Thunder Blade!
Far beyond the dark sky. Let me help. I call upon
Mirage!
me. Hear me. Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Look sharp!
Lightning Thunder Blade!
Here I go.
With the earth!
Got you. I'm only getting started. Do
We
it.
did it!
As impressive as
Not
always.
today!
Here I hope there will be truth.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Astral energy.
Say no more!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
No
Yep.
choice!
Far beyond the dark sky. This one's mine.
No escape!
Airborne beasts. My spectre.
You're mine!
I can carve through the airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Hold on to your
Can't
arm.
move!
Here I
Couldn't
come.
make it in time.
I'll bring you back from death
They
to
smite with blackened
I'll bring you
blade!
back from death to this. More where that came from.
Execution! Rending you apart!
Not done yet!
Victory is within reach!
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Impressive fervor, little one.
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more! Guys!
Well done.
Take this! Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane Thrust!
You are in tip-top shape.
Soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there will be peace.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Take this. I'll heal you all here. Storm.
Here I come!
In the wind.
This one's all mine! Elusive escape! Not today!
No, you're on me. I'm only getting started. Here.
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
Astral energy.
Say no more! More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Hurricane Thrust!
This one's mine.
Hurricane Thrust! Hurricane
Now I
Thrust!
call.
More?
Glacial spear. Pierce
Be
evil.
still!
Freeze laser.
Lightning Thrust!
Sleep
No
now.
storm shall break
Hurricane
this
Thrust!
night.
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Mirage! Destruction! You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant light! Full regeneration! No further!
Do it.
Still!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
Lunar Rondo! Tear!
The
enemy wields our too.
We'll soon see about that.
Dazzle! Luna Rondo!
I'm ready. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee.
Air pressure!
I never miss. I'm ready.
You apart!
Shooting star. Annihilation. This one's mine. Yes, the win. In here.
I'm ready.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Not a chance.
Reload. Security.
Everlasting destruction!
One more time.
Destruction!
I can't imagine what we do without you, Manuel.
Who, me? Astral energy.
Say no more!
Flame of fury.
They smite! Now we're not
Swallow blade. Illuminate the dark. Burning holy light. Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Too much!
Freeze laser.
Destruction!
I call upon thee. Radiant pierce.
Destruction! It's on!
Radiant
Coming through! Ha!
Okay, I don't want to die.
Scarlet Inferno!
the flames roar. Burning
More?
purge malevolence. Blah blah blah.
Destruction!
Here.
Eagle Ray!
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
Swallow blade! Burn in hell!
Upon thee. Freeze laser.
Destruction! Force of regeneration! Take this! I'm ready! The Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Illuminate the
Radiant
dark.
light!
Come
Force of
forward.
regeneration!
Confiscated.
Here I come! Regenerate!
I'm out of here. Where are you going? Primed and
I owe
ready.
you one.
Light
No
astral
escape.
energy.
I'm ready.
It's astral energy.
Say no more! My
I'm
turn!
all pumped up. Purge annihilation. Undead waterfall. Now.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Don't push yourself too hard.
Okay. Felix, that's annoying.
Little help.
Be still! This one's all mine! Eat dirt!
Annihilate. Serial flame. He'll body slam us into next week. That'll bring you down. In here.
I'll smash you! Bloody hell!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Another incantation ruined.
Burn!
Not on my watch. Here I
Be
go.
still!
Now we're not on your knees.
In a bind?
Damn it. What? Here goes. Annihilate. Malevolence.
Everlasting
Undead waterfall.
Soaring blast!
Sleep now.
Everlasting
Flame
dust!
of fury.
It's over! You're mine!
No more playing nice.
Everlasting I'm not done!
Lightning.
Be still!
Whoa, hey, let it
Drugs
go.
like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Damn it. Here's a healing art. Tidal wave.
You're my...
Let me show you what my heart can
It's
do.
on!
Rising sun.
Luna Rondo!
This world.
Elusive deity!
Searing taste.
Mighty carve through
It
walls!
looks like you got this
Soaring
covered. There's
this.
tornado. Celestial
Can't get out of this! Ignite!
lightning.
Dazzle! Luna Rondo!
Mega ray. Annihilate.
If it's in the sky, it's
Everlasting
mine.
dust!
Eagle ray. Energy.
Here I go. Far enough.
Raging cascade. Confiscated.
Everlasting dust! Eagle
Lunar
Ray!
corruption.
Tempest and dust!
Mega ray. Rain down in
Lightning thrust! Heal! I owe you one. This one's all mine! Luna Rondo! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops! Luna Rondo! Eat dirt! No further! Luna Rondo!
fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Lunar corruption!
Elusive
Armor won't save you! Gemini Aqua!
Rotating fire!
Annihilation! That's quite... I won't lose! Freeze Lancer! Lunar Blast in the wind! Lunar Field! I'm all
Resonate
done
with the earth!
This will have an easy blood!
Not today!
Get
Lunar Rondo! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Chinese Supernova! A banana! Let's go! Frozen Wind! That'll bring you down!
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Lightning!
Prepare to be crushed!
Lunar Field! By the power of water! Searing Flame! Reload!
No further! Destruction!
Radiant Spear! Damn it! Out of arrow! I'm all stuck up! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Blood! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Raging Storm! Freeze Blast! Celestial! Razor!
Amazing!
Celestial Hammer!
On your knees!
Ow! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
I'm not done!
All disasters
not
reign
done!
on.
Sorry,
You do the same for me. Far enough!
Here I come! Elusive deity!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Okay.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Alright. There was a big fight in here last time. I'm gonna be using a bigger one here. Good.
Cut right through! I'm not done!
Just about to start.
Destruction!
Here's evil! I call
Be
upon
still!
the
I'll face you! Mirage!
Freeze Laser!
Armor won't save you! Flying free! Give me just this still! Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! I can't hold on much longer!
To be let free!
You do the same for me!
Lunar Rondo!
This one's mine!
Bloody Mirage! On Dazzle! Hurricane Ray! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle! I shall provide
I'm right beside you! Do it!
Go me! In an instant! Impact block! Flaming
All
thrust!
disasters made one! Come forth and healing
Dazzle!
the fury!
Lunar Rondo! Tear! Hurricane Blast! Mirage!
Glacial Spear!
Bloody holiday!
I've used a bit too much healing.
Some of this feels off. Just my imagination. I need to use some more orange gel. Remind it. I use the skill panel again. Sure. I might as well let him get that because I should be able to get this one pretty easily. You. I won't finish this one off. And that seems kind of dumb. But I'm about to face a dragon, so kind of tough. Well, I think to go through this last one I have for him, and then go for it. You can overdrive. And finish this one, get that.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Flaming thrust! Lunar Rondo! Glacial Spear! Flaming thrust!
Those flight fingers are a real pain in the butt!
Rending you apart!
Glacial Spear!
Aim for the
Here's
weak
evil!
spot! Lunar Rondo!
Gyro!
Lunar Rondo!
More for the shot fire! And again!
On your
Raging Storm! Alright, it's showtime!
You picked the wrong fight! Lunar Rondo!
The enemy feels altitude. We'll soon see about that.
Okay, here I go.
Is that a healing rod? It is. I can't ignore your pain. Now try to be more careful.
Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Flaming thrust! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Shattering the
Pieces. Maybe this one.
Destruction!
Here's a healing arm.
Can't get out of this!
Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Armor won't save you!
Alright,
Flaming
man.
thrust!
Hold on to your arm. Here I come. Glacial Spear.
You picked the wrong fight! Radiant light! Voice of regeneration! Regenerate! Denied! Okay, here I go! Flaming thrust!
Having your dad go clean. Then tonight's meal is on you.
You've got
Elucidate! Mirage!
Pain.
Can't get out of this!
Blaze Lancer.
Dazzle!
Now for some
Lunar Rondo!
Dance in the wind.
I'll face you!
Dance
Not
in the
today!
wind.
This one's all
Lightning
mine!
away.
Not today!
Lightning condemned. Hear me.
I'll blind you with Lunar Rondo!
Anything normal is all mine. Here's evil. Magic is there.
Thrilling performance.
I'm ready! Rimmer!
Astral energy.
say no more.
Like I said, no Twin Dragon.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
I should end this sequence. Alright. How am I doing health-wise? Do that. This makes it a bit rough.
Go no further.
Guys, there's seven.
This one's mine.
You're finished!
Where are you going?
Can't get out of
Get
this!
out of there with the others. Lightning.
On your destruction!
Sealed.
Flying free!
What do you think the enemy will
See ya!
We'll
Can you
soon
take
see
care of
about
them?
that. No sooner said than done.
Denied!
Magic is there.
Crush! Burn it
Now.
down! Bloody throne!
Astral energy.
Say no more. Got it.
Well done.
You're mine.
Does it hurt?
Come one, come all. Destruction.
Not in your dream. Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished. Not a chance.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glimmer. Mega ray.
Here I come. No escape. You're finished. I'm ready. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops. I'm all stuffed up. I'm ready for the next battle.
That one. Alright, three more.
Brace yourselves. This one's tough. Lunarongo. You picked the wrong fight.
Water. Lunarongo. Air breath. Glacial spear. I can handle it.
No further.
Go for the weak point. Far enough. There you go. This one's don't let up. Holy lance.
Demon Lash. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for.
Get behind it.
Done. I'll leave it to you.
Holy lance.
Destruction. Crush. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Be still. Lunarongo. Now or never. Can't get out of this.
Mega ray. Far beyond the darkest skies. I call upon
Flaming
thee.
thrust. Lunarongo.
Flame of fury. Arctic coming through.
Resonate with the earth.
My watch.
This time.
Far beyond the darkest
Lunarongo.
skies. I call upon thee.
Bloody howling. Burn in hell.
Lunar corruption.
Amazing. Lunarongo.
Ready and ready.
Force of regeneration.
Annihilation.
I can carve through walls. Let us take to the fray.
Got it.
Take this.
Now's our chance.
Lunarongo.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
That does it.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Do I really want to do both of them again? Oh, that's it. Separate. Okay.
Air thrust.
Flaming thrust. Lunarongo. Heal my weary companion.
Hear my call.
Thanks.
Spread.
Flaming thrust.
Here's evil.
It's on.
Our arms are being interrupted.
Lunarongo.
Far enough. Astral energy. Mega ray. Annihilation. Hear me. Flame of lightning again. Here's evil. Freeze Lancer.
It's over.
Raging
Shattering the pieces. Can't get out of this. Lunarongo.
sparkling
It's
stars
on.
of light. Rain of
Ignite.
eruption. Purify all.
Lunarongo.
Blast.
Behold! The Earth quotes! Tectonic fission! Demon Lash!
Be still.
Water, hear my call. With astral energy. Well, this was just what the doctor ordered.
Can you take it? Dance on the wind!
What would I do without you? Lightning orb.
Try harder. Dazzle. Lunarongo.
I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
Leave the charger for me.
Lunarongo.
Lightning condemned.
Where are you going?
Blah, blah, blah. That's it.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
This one's all mine. Burn in hell. Swallow blade. Infernal current. Be still. Elusive deity. Eagle ray.
This is damage.
Do it.
Look at what I have, alright. You move it.
Lightning tiger blade.
I'll accept that.
These bad guys really don't mess around.
I kinda do want that, don't I?
just me? Or...
Oh, I think it
Don't get
is. Alright.
careless.
Don't tell me! Lunarongo! Reflect on light. Mirage! Here I come!
Go! My astral energy!
This one's all mine!
Up and at 'em, let's go!
Eat
Go for the weak point!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to
Take
stop.
this!
Gemini Aqua!
Destruction!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
Be still! No complaint here!
Mirage!
Our arts are being interrupted. On
Here
your
I come!
knees.
Steering clear! Reload! I call upon thee! It is in the sky, it's mine!
Mirage! Bathed in blood. Rending you apart.
This one's mine!
Bloody howling. Be still! Look sharp!
There you go.
Lightning Thunder Blade! My turn! Take this! Lunarongo! This one's all mine! Lunarongo! Lightning Pile Driver! Be still!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Now I can let loose! Lunarongo! You picked the wrong fight!
Nothing gets by me.
Lunarongo!
There you go! Don't let up!
No further!
Holy Land! Lunar Corruption! Lunar Blast!
It's weakened.
Lunarongo!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Lunarongo!
I never miss! Celestial!
Ready and real!
It looks like you got this one covered! Into the shadows!
See what I can do!
I don't even... Don't leave me! There! Go! Holy Land!
From beyond, imbued with... From beyond, imbued with...
Lightning Command! Water! Illuminate the
From beyond, imbued with... Soul with love.
Freeze Blazer! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to
Be still!
accomplish this.
Lunarongo!
Confiscating!
I can't take much more. No further!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Leave the charges to me. Far enough.
Holy Land!
Lunarongo! Flaming Flow! Lunarongo!
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Take this!
Call upon
Lightning
thee!
Russia!
Outstanding form!
Be still!
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Lunarongo!
Here's a healing art!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Okay.
Will this help?
Really?
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had!
Zoogle here are putting up a real fight.
Huh? What's next?
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Linwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena. No masters or slaves. No lords, no crown contest. Maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Danan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Alright. I do it more often than I normally do. Just because I'm like rooms away.
Let's dispose of the trash.
No escape!
I never miss.
Heal my wearied companion.
In a bind?
Not today!
Let me show you what my art can
Begin! I'm not done! Mind you is a dust! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Hold nothing back! Take this!
Healing, do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
Flame of fury! Hit!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Nice. Okay. We're getting a lot of good stuff to use in the final boss fight. Oh, there's a super dragon here. You know what happens to super dragons? You kill them.
Out of our way!
Can you take it?
Not in your dreams! Hear me!
Elusive deity!
I'll shoot them out of the sky! Freeze Lancer!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Not today!
Sleep now!
Flaming Thrust!
Radiant Pulse!
Mirage! Here I come!
Lightning Spear!
No further!
I did it high!
Through one!
Far enough!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Fire complete focus!
Time to let it rip! Be still!
Far beyond the
Rising
darkest
Phoenix!
sky! I call
Be
upon
still!
thee!
Lunar Rumble! Of regeneration! Regenerate!
How many times have I done that? That's up there as well. There's much more that part too.
Now I can let loose! Lunar Rondo! Now I can let loose!
Close one!
Lunar Rondo! The
Where
flame
are you
inside
going?
me yearns to be let free!
It's weakened!
Flaming Thrust! This ends now! Burn in hell! Destruction! get out of this!
Lightning!
Destruction!
I'm going to need to use all the power I have to accomplish this.
Negative gate! Won't save you! It's too much.
Lunar Rondo!
With black and
Blinding thrust!
Lunar Rondo!
Execution! Out of ammo! Back into the front!
Negative gate!
Here I go! I'm only getting started! Air thrust! Here I go!
Try harder!
Go! I'm only getting started!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Rending you apart! Bloody hell! Lunar Rondo! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Can't get out of this!
That's my cue!
Lunar Rondo! Shut him down!
Confiscated! Downfall!
Lunar Rondo!
Magic is there!
I can carve through
One
armor!
more time! This one's mine! It looks like you got this one covered! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Alright.
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander. I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I
Oh dear.
know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any...
Little help!
Flaming thrust!
Laser spear!
Be still!
On your
Lunar Rondo!
Rise and shine! Man, I can't heal you forever!
To stop you dying?
Piston! Air pressure! You escape! You're finished!
Lightning condenser! Here we go! See my little handle?
Take this!
More with that case! Destruction! Magic is there! Holy land!
Fusion! Dazzle! Lunar Rondo! Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! Anything in armor is all mine!
Lunar blast!
Elusive deity! Eat dirt!
Fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Air thrust!
Clean the rock!
Just turning it off. Bow.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
That is Dazzle!
Go kill it!
Lunar Rondo!
Downfall! Take it!
Lunar Rondo!
Take it to the fray!
Can't get out of this!
Annihilate him!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Here's the evil fear!
Be still!
Freeze like
Lunar Rondo!
Where are you going?
The flame inside me! It's too much!
Need to use all the power of my healing market.
I have no limits! Be still!
It's go time! Please don't you! Let me show you
Let me free you of your happy enemy heals arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
in the 50s. Sounds about right. What it tells me.
Don't get careless.
Lightning thrust!
Don't tell me!
Lunarongo!
Close one. Annihilate.
Denied!
Now or never. I need something.
You need to be healed.
While the mighty have fallen.
Go for the weak point.
Instinct sharpened! Dazzle! Ignite!
What would I do without you?
Everlasting darkness!
Here goes.
Negative
Go get it. Here. Go get it. Magic is there.
A thrilling performance.
Blah, blah, blah. It's weakened.
This ends now!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar!
Be still! Lunarongo!
Water,
In a bind.
hear my call.
Lunarongo!
Glacial Spear, pierce evil.
I couldn't make it in time.
On your knees!
This one's mine. Here it comes! Watch him. That'll bring you down. I can handle it.
Lunarongo!
Savarna! No more playing nice.
Be still!
No
time for this was my mind! Not today! Eagle Ray! Lunarongo!
No further.
Lunarongo!
You get the gist.
This death shall not. What?
Resonate with the earth!
Armor won't sink. It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire!
This should do it! On your knees! Lunarongo! Lightning thrust! Resonate with the earth!
Got it!
Lunarongo!
Now let's dance! Feel!
Crescent flash!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well
Be
done!
still! Lunarongo! Be still!
In a bind?
Lunarongo! You picked the wrong fight! Lunarongo!
Outstanding form!
You're mine!
I'm sorry, Trouble.
Pierce evil!
Wide
In a
open!
bind?
It won't escape me.
Lunarongo!
Heal my weary companion.
Carve through armor!
I can't hold on much longer!
Charge like that could easily be
I
fatal.
have no...
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Take it! Dazzle! Lunarongo! Elusive deity!
Benediction light.
Heal! Okay, here I go! Lightning thrust! You picked the wrong fight! Lunarongo!
In a bind?
That'll bring you down!
Amazing.
Elusive deity! I'll smash you! Captain Lunarongo!
This death shall not be forgotten.
Elusive deity!
Taking
pile driver!
I'm ready!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
That's supposed to get easier.
Step back! This one's all law!
Let's see what you've got.
Lunarongo!
Rain down and purify!
Lightning thrust! Lunarongo!
Not in your dreams!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Ignite!
Flying free!
Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Here I come, one, come on!
In a bind?
I'm not done!
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon
I
see
don't
about
know
that.
what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Now we see what I can do!
Burning cut!
I owe you so much, Rayla.
Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons of you.
This one's mine. Banana, let's go! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Be still!
Will this help? The
Eat
flames
dirt!
will roar!
Dazzle! Lunarongo!
Elusive deity! Air thrust! Soaring blast! Lunar blast!
Can't get out of
Back
this!
into the fray! Annihilation! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Sighted! Go! Mega ray!
Dazzle!
Annihilation!
Lunarongo!
Rending you apart! That'll bring you down! Anything in armor is all mine! Elusive deity! Light astral
No one can fight me tonight to be right straight! Be still! Burn it out! Lunarongo!
Elusive deity!
Now or never. In a bind?
Banana, let's go! Reload! Here I go! Got you!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get
Radiant
behind me.
Got it!
Boost of
I'll leave it to you! Lunarongo!
Regenerate!
Dazzle!
Allow me to help you.
Lunarongo!
Adversity is said to be the best motivation.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
Fine. You again. Alright. These guys will be fun.
Go no further!
Be still!
Water, hear my call!
Lunarongo!
Blind you with a shot! Illuminate the dark! Take it! Sliver!
Lunarongo!
Freeze Lancer!
Not today!
Begin!
Lunarongo!
Like a holiday!
Okay, here I go!
Chance on the wind! I can carve through armor flesh of light!
Lunarongo!
Never get by me!
I never miss!
I'll face you! Take this!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'll face you!
Ignite! Seismic rupture! Lunarongo!
Lunar corruption! Rain down!
Elusive
By the
deity!
power of water!
Rotating pile driver!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Ah! Be still! Lunarongo!
Does it hurt?
Air thrust!
Elusive deity!
Healing astral energy!
Now it's
Soaring
over!
blast! Prepare to be seized!
Lunarongo!
In a bind?
Annihilation! Into the shadows!
Take this!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Dazzle! Lunarongo!
I'll face you!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You picked the wrong fight!
Elusive deity!
Lunarongo!
Rotating pile driver!
Lightning orb!
Soaring blast!
Lightning condensed! Thunder blade! Not on my watch! Glacial Spear! Here's
Take
evil!
this!
Freeze
Watch
Lancer!
yourself!
Burn it down!
Incredible power!
Ready to go! Here, let me help!
Lunarongo!
Where are you going?
Seismic rupture!
Sorry.
I couldn't make it in time.
Show you what my art can do! Rise and shine!
Resuscitation!
Resurrection!
Dazzle!
You're mine! Elusive deity!
I'm ready! Remember!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! Burning
Lunarongo! This one's all mine! Lunarongo!
By the power of water!
Burn! Dazzle!
Elusive deity!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Sword Rain Alpha! Lunar Rongo!
A thrilling performance.
Dazzle!
No further!
Mega Ray! By the power of water!
Lunar Rongo!
Field!
Activity!
I'll be handy this way!
I'll grind you into dust!
Nice.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Radiant light!
Dazzle!
Regeneration!
Regenerate! Ready and set! Bring you down!
Okay, here I go.
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on out.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Ray!
Okay.
Don't push yourself too hard. Let's see what you've got. Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I'll smash you!
Can you take it?
Mirage! Take this! We're not done!
Cancel the wind! Thrilling performance.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Raging storm! Freeze
Dazzle! Burn!
Nothing gets by me!
Lightning Thrust! Now I can let loose! I'm ready! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Easy peasy. Ha Hoodle.
That's pretty
An
great.
opponent like this should be easy.
Oh, sparkling stars!
Lunar Rongo!
Far enough!
Water action! Lunar eruption!
Stardust!
Bloody holiday!
On your knees!
Water! Hear my call!
Take this! Lunar
Laser
Rongo!
field! Here's evil! Celestial hammer! Freeze laser!
I'll smash you!
Laser
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Not today!
Like astral energy!
Where are you going?
No dawn shall break this benediction light.
Here! Outstanding form! Lightning orb!
Take this!
Lightning condemn!
Take
Thunder
this!
blade!
At least your kid can't get out of this!
Lunar Rongo!
Out of ammo!
Ignite!
Water!
Lunar Rongo!
Resonate with the earth!
Lightning orb!
Stalagmite!
Lightning
Rending
condemn!
you apart!
Thunder ray! Illuminate! Here's
Nothing
evil!
gets by me!
Another incantation ruined!
Shattering the pieces! Attack
Here's
Now I can let loose! Lunar Rongo!
I can
Carve through armor!
Water! Hear my call!
Lightning Thrust! Lunar Rongo! In an instant! Impact Block!
Good time bad damage there.
We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture.
Save you again. I've only gone up 8
I don't
levels
sense a-
since I started the stream. That's
Will of
pretty
its
cool.
own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me! Eat dirt!
Can't get out of this!
Dazzle! No escape!
Nothing gets by me! Denied!
These enemies aren't
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Here! Be still!
On your
Burn!
Alright, do it!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Shine! Radiant light!
I can't heal you forever! In here!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Anything in armor is all way!
Lunar Rongo!
Freeze laser!
Flaming Thrust!
Let me help!
Let me see what I can do!
Lunar Rongo!
Prepare to be sealed! Can't get
get out of this!
Now for something special! Dance to the winner corruption!
Lightning thrust!
Nothing gets by me! Helix of Fury! Where are you going?
Captivity! Ignite!
Maelstrom!
Lunar Robo!
One more time! Annihilation! It's weakened!
This ends now! Take this! Lunar Rondo!
Radiant here!
Lunar Rondo!
Out of ammo! Illuminate the
Captivity! Here I go!
Shattering
of pieces! Attack time! Lunar Rondo! Heal my weary companion! Lunar Rondo!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Light! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Easter! Stardust! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Illuminate the
Be still! Lunar Rondo! Stardust! It's in your hands now. You'll pay for that!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Lunar Corruption!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lunar Blast!
Lunar
Back into
Rondo!
the fray! Annihilation! Radiant here!
I'll
bring you back from death.
Try harder! Now!
I'll bring you back from death.
Sword Rain Alpha!
In here! Resuscitation!
Little escape!
Downfall!
Pride.
I never miss!
Try harder!
Take this! Here's the healing art! Dance in the wind!
Take it!
First aid!
I can do without you.
Flame of fury!
Lunar Rondo!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Illuminate the
Lunar Rondo!
Freeze! Holy Glimmer! Holy
Heal!
Land!
Stardust! Now or never. Be still! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Dazzle! Take this! Lunar Rondo!
Holy Land! First aid!
Lightning Thrust!
Lunar Rondo! I call upon thee!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Heal my weary companion! Crush! Burn in hell!
Shooting star!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Sleep now! Searing flame!
Denied! Be still! Lunar Rondo! Elusive deity!
Glacial spear!
Wide open!
Won't escape
me!
Now you see what I can do!
The fluidity of
Pierce evil!
No further! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Freeze Lancer!
Stardust! The temple is consumed!
Not in your dreams!
On your Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing Shadow!
Dazzle! Air pressure!
Thanks for the healing. Watch it, okay?
Yeah, you too! I never miss! Magic is down!
Take
Here!
this!
Water!
Lunar
Hear my
Rondo!
call! Saving this one! Spread!
Stardust!
Harry! Flame of fury! Burning flame! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Take this! Stardust!
Holy
No
Land!
further! Lunar Rondo!
Freeze Lancer! There you go! Don't let up!
I can carve through walls! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
So I still had room to grow. And thus our strength yet grows.
Exploit the enemy's weakness. Lightning Thrust! Stardust! Negative deck! Lunar Rondo! Ignite! Lunar Rondo! Now I'm in Lunar Rondo!
Can't get out of this!
Lunar Rondo!
Shine! Radiant light! Full
Be still!
regeneration!
Lunar Rondo!
Regenerate!
Swallow Blade! Be still!
I can carve through armor!
Thank you, Darlene.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like finally time
Be
wall.
still! Okay, here I go. Lunar
I can handle it.
Up and at 'em.
Be still!
That'll bring you down.
Lunar Rondo! Lunar Rondo!
Hitting pile driver!
Burn it out!
Thank you. In a bind?
Denied.
Be still!
Elusive being.
Dazzle! The Tempest and Dark you! Take that!
Anything in armor is all mine!
I have no limits! That's mine! Lightning Thrust! Lunar Rondo! Stardust! Lunar Rondo! Stardust!
Negative gate!
That move.
Here comes the big one! It's on! Lunar Rondo! Not today!
Here's a healing arc. Dream.
I owe you one!
Take on time. How's this? Radiant here.
In a bind?
This one's
Be
mine.
still! Lunar Rondo!
Shining supernova. I'm out of raging cascade. That'll bring you down. Outstanding form.
Leave the
Rending
you
to
on
me.
Lunar Rondo!
I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
This... This'll make us even more formidable.
I don't like how much I have to use. Get you to sleep. Ugh. Definitely looks scary.
That's no ordinary stray there.
The sword-wielding... Zugel?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
Now you see what I can do!
I don't know
Can't
what
get out
I'd
of
do without you.
Perhaps
You picked the
now
wrong
isn't the
fight.
time?
I really don't.
Lunar Rondo!
Might
Black and blade. Water, hear my call. Whoa, hey, one at a time. Illuminate the dark. Magic is there. Here's the evil. Heart requires complete focus. Disasters made right. Concord, healing security.
In a bind?
Healing ready.
Be still!
Elusive
Lunar Rondo!
Begin! Take this!
Tornado
Anything in armor is all
Outstanding
mine!
form. Security.
Seismic
Come on.
rupture!
Dark field. Maelstrom.
The Tempest engulfs you!
Take this!
Prepare to be seized!
There you go.
Can't get out of this!
Lunar Rondo! Not today! Lunar Rondo!
Tempest engulfs you! Reflect on thy spirit! They smite with blackened blade! The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Far enough. Annihilate.
Lunar Rondo!
Prepare to be seized! Can't get out of this!
Annihilation. Wind accelerator.
Shattering of pieces! Force of regeneration! Knock it into next week! Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence!
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle it.
You can be really dense, Darlene.
Now I can let loose!
Do it. Now.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone. Glacial speed. Here's the evil.
Elusive deity! Hitting pile driver!
Lunar Rondo!
Soaring blast! Can't get out
out of this!
Holy Land! Reload! Not in your dream!
Rending you apart! Stop!
The close one!
The flame inside endures to be let free! Watch yourself!
I can't hold on much
Incredible
longer!
power!
Burning strike! Glacial spear!
Nothing can bind me! Dance on the wind!
Denied! Waterfall! Freeze! Let them mark how to handle this! Freeze, Lancer!
Elusive deity!
Amazing.
Lightning thrust! Take this! You take this!
Graviton field!
Keep this! Lunarongo! Dance on the wind! Lunarongo! This one's all mine! It's wide open! It won't escape me! Lunarongo! Soaring blast! Be still! No escape! You're finished!
Light astral energy!
Here we go! Can't move!
Don't give up!
Radiant take!
Holy Land! I'll bring you back from death! Here goes!
Regenerate!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? They can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Can't get out of this! Lunarongo!
Gemini Alpha!
Denied!
Tempest Swirl! Here's a
Resonate with the earth! We've got him on the run!
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Don't mind if I do. It looks like you got this one covered. No more Midnight Girl! Purge mode!
Burn it!
Here's a healing art! It's in the sky,
Now I can let loose! Lunarongo!
in the wind!
A thrilling performance! Armor won't save you! You take this!
Magic Gazelle! Thunderblade! The lava my heart can do! Holy Land! Here's the new gift, Jess!
Lightning thrust!
The enemy is going all out!
Here I go!
Holy Land!
Being interrupted! This one's all mine!
Sorry!
You'll pay for that!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
Burn!
Why'd you kill me? Stop you.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Okay. That was fun. What? It's phase 2!
It got rid of the sword! Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
Lightning thrust! Take this! Lightning thrust!
Let's get you off of
Mirage!
Here's a healing art!
Death on the wind! Let me see what I can do!
Far enough!
On your knees!
Glacial spear! Here's one more time!
Can't move! I couldn't make it in time. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul. It's in your hands now.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
This should do it!
Resurrection!
Now I can let loose.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Take this! No escape!
Handy.
Far enough!
Illuminate the dark! Radiant Gazelle!
Take this! On your
Illuminate the dark! By the power of water!
Shattering the pieces!
Flame of fury!
The flame inside is yours to be let free! Lunarongo!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Here's a healing art!
Dazzle! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Here I come! Heal my lightning thrust!
Raging Storm!
Not today! In a bind? Lightning thrust! Armor won't save you! Mirage! Begin! Now, roll it freely!
Take it down!
Destruction! You're mine! Elusive deity! No escape!
Don't mind if I do!
You do the same for me.
Ignite!
Far enough!
Free still!
I'm grateful.
Ready for deity!
Meteor storm!
Armor won't save you!
One more time!
Lunar Rondo!
Now!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Oh, I just wanted to have a double boss fight just trying to go for a chest.
We're still standing. Barely.
That equipment should come in handy.
Okay. What other impossible things can point at me? What happened to them? I said I would know I have to go. I'm gonna hit 10 levels. Nice. No, just in case, just do this now. I'll make it last next 2, hopefully.
Little help!
Hold nothing back! Be still!
Airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Much further!
That's my deal!
Not to them! Shut him down!
I'm expert coming through!
What's up, fella? How you doing?
Nothing gets by me. I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
As I'm streaming,
This one's mine!
have you beat this game yet?
Astral energy!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Will this help?
Lunar Rondo!
I can handle it.
Try harder!
Sleep now! Water! Hear my call! Get on there! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Hold nothing back! Dazzle! Lunar Rondo!
Spear! Beneath evil! Celestial hammer! Freeze laser!
This one's all mine! Lunar Rondo! Heal! Ignite!
Tonight alone, in the past 4.5 hours almost, I've gained 10 levels.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
It's, you control one person of the party, but you can switch it anytime you want. Like, if I go like this, I can switch who I'm controlling. Just like that. And I can tell them when to do those special attacks and everything.
Can't get out of this!
Freeze lancer!
Dazzle! This one's all mine! Eat dirt! Soaring blast! Lunar Rondo!
Normally, Telltale games are multiplayer. This one is not though.
Such unadulterated fury.
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do! Be still!
Another incantation ruined.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'll thank you! Take this! No further!
Why'd you hear me?
To stop you dying?
My blackened blade! Flaming thrust! Lunar Rondo! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence!
Have a good one. Enjoy the b-ball.
This one's mine!
Lunar Rondo! Elusive deity! Coming through! Ha!
Alright.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
That.
Chinese supernova!
I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
The flame inside me yearns to be lit free.
I just want to see what damage.
Now you see what I can do. No dog shall break this night.
It looks like he's got the power of evil. Blaze Lancer! Hear my call!
Lunarongo!
Raging Star! Arch Steel!
You're mine! I'll grind you in the dust! I'm ready! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Ooh, let's sit down for you. Oh. Alright. Ugh. This got hurt.
An opponent like this should be easy. Be still! Lunarongo!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Blaze Lancer!
You're mine!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Maybe being interrupted. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Okay, here I go. Lunarongo!
Holy Land!
Armor won't save you! I see you.
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Water!
Be still! Lunarongo! Burn in hell! Lunarongo! You're on! Escape! Try harder! Lightning Thrust! Lunarongo! Deny! Never incantation ruined! Castle! Lunarongo!
All dead!
You require Lightning Thrust!
Lightning
Lunarongo! Can't get out
all
of
the power
this!
of my healing arts to accomplish this. Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Lightning
Holy
Thrust!
Land!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Lunarongo!
Dance in the wind!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts.
Now you see what I can do!
Hear my call!
Sword to heal!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
Sword ring out! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
Try harder!
Forgive me.
This isn't looking good! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! Lunarongo!
I can't heal you forever! Radiant? Smart.
Now another! Take this! Lunarongo! Captivity! Anything in armor is all mine! Elusive deity! I'll face you!
Glacial Speed, that'll bring you down! I can handle it!
Beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life! I'm nearly done for. I owe you one. It's on!
I still got some fight left!
Flaming thrust! You picked the wrong fight! Lunarongo! Heal!
Mega Ray! Hey, drinking orb! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Land! Holy Land! Burning!
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Here's a healing art! Flame!
Hurricane Thrust!
Rain!
Lunarongo! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Riveting you apart! In a bind?
Mega Ray! Alright, there, coming through!
Ignite! Breath of life! Far enough! Heal my weary
The fluidity of your music
anything is all mine!
Never prepared to deal with threat.
Damn it! Watch them bleed! I'll see it first!
That move!
Negative! Here comes the big one! Lunar Rumble! Try harder! Dazzle! Flaming Thrust! Lunar Rondo! Negative jet!
Dance in the wind!
It's too much! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help!
Be still!
First aid!
I owe you one!
Wind natural energy!
Flaming Thrust!
I never miss!
Lunar Rondo!
Leave the enemy's hearts to me!
No complaints here! No further!
Lord of the
Lunar Rondo!
Purge the level! Blah, blah, blah!
Elusive deity!
In here!
Begin!
Mega Ray!
Shattering pieces! Attack time! Far enough! Flaming Thrust! Lunar Rondo!
Do it! Storm! Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had!
Hey! New equipment!
Yeah, I have here. I went backwards. Let's see. Hopefully, that's pretty bad. Climbing is now pineapple.
Hold on to your heart! Here I come!
Lunar Rondo!
Reload! Hearts require complete focus!
Lunar Rondo!
Radiant blood! Illuminate the
Ready for the weak spot! For regeneration!
Holy Land!
Regenerate! Lunar Rondo!
Outstanding form!
Then tonight's meal is on you. Keep going.
Go! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Lightning condemns!
Swirl Blade! No further!
This one's mine! Holy Land! That'll bring you down!
Radiant Burn! Force of regeneration! Flaming Thrust! Lunar Rondo!
Rain down!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Confiscated!
From
Annihilation!
beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with... From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with...
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Being interrupted.
More for the stockpile.
Dazzle! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Guys, I'll leave it to you! Elusive deity! Lunar Rondo! Instinct shot!
Leave your mark on me.
I'll blind you with a shot!
Illuminate the dark!
Take this! Eat dirt!
Glacial spear!
You'll find no mercy.
Holy Land!
A thrilling performance.
Dazzle! Flaming Thrust! Lunar Rondo! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Lunar Rondo! Strike!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish
Carve
this.
through armor! Lunar Rondo!
it in time.
I'll be saving this one. I'll bring you back from death to this. I'll bring you back from death to this. I'll bring you back from death to this. It's showtime. Record steel.
Glacial spear.
Photon
Pierce
seize
evil.
in the wind. Air thrust.
Here, let me
Photon
help.
magic assist. Radiant flash. Ready. Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Time to let it rip.
Sorry.
Be still. You paid for that. Luna Rondo.
Denied!
Stardust. It's showtime. Luna Rondo.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I'll bring you
Yeah,
back
yes,
from
you
death's
do.
abyss.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Burn. I'm ready. Kisara, Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclops.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
In a bind?
What my art can do. Rise and shine. Here's a healing
Alright.
art. Primed and
Be
ready.
still. I'll smash you.
Illuminate the
Luna Rondo.
Radiant flash. Where are you going?
On your knees.
Air
Here, let me help. First aid.
Okay, here I go.
Hold on to your
Be
art.
still.
Here I come.
Luna Rondo.
Elusive deity.
Ready to go.
Take it.
Stars of light. I'm
Tornado
ready to go.
drive.
Purify all.
Dance on the wind.
Healing circle.
Okay,
Mega
here I
ray.
go. Luna Rondo.
Far enough.
I owe you
In
one.
a bind?
Meteor storm. Dance in the
Luna
wind.
Rondo.
Air thrust. It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. Lightning.
Lightning thrust.
Anything in armor is all
Luna Rondo. Eat dirt. Luna Rondo.
Radiant flash here.
Dazzle. Luna Rondo.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Bloody howling.
You require help.
Be still.
Radiant light.
I'm ready.
Neon, astral energy, full throttle. A flawless victory.
Be still.
Naturally.
Luna Rondo.
Let the marksman handle this. In here. This is the
Dance on the wind.
Piss off.
And that's my will.
Rending you apart.
Luna Rondo.
Tornado. Whoa. Hey, what is ice? I really mind if I do. It looks like you got this one covered. Far enough.
I can carve through armor. You require a hand.
Mega ray.
Take this.
Reiki, they're not playing around. Tunnel. Like astral magic. Searing cancer. And my will.
Lightning thrust.
Sleep now.
Ah! Piss off.
No dawn shall break
Luna
this
Rondo.
yoke.
There. Into the shadows.
Can you take it? Does it hurt? Take this. Tempt it.
Burn in hell.
Here's a healing art. What will this help? Lightning
No
orb.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Hear me, flame of
Shine.
fury.
Radiant.
Dazzle. Luna Rondo.
Evil.
In a bind?
Whoa.
Thank you, Dohoney.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Armor won't save you.
I'll do it.
Look sharp.
Okay.
Lightning Tiger Blade.
I can feel my power growing. It is.
None of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Alright, seems like there are 6 of them now. I hit 10 levels just one stream alone. That's the highest of my entire playthrough of this game.
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No. This isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Alright.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
Okay. Final boss. Finally.
Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissalma, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissalma!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Okay.
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear.
evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Ren is almost inside that thing. I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
I want to get some cool music.
Great Spirit, I understand what you're doing. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
Let's see what I can do!
Can you take it?
Healing sword! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You too. Light Astral Purge, Malevolent!
Take this!
Arcane Waterfall! Searing Healing! Reload! I'll be saving this one! And again! They're not playing around!
Shattering This one's
mine!
Not today!
There you go! Don't let up! Magic is there!
I can everlasting jump!
Holy Land!
Negative gate!
Stalagmite! Far enough! Sighted! Lightning Dash!
Lunarongo!
Thunderbolt!
I won't lose. Not now, not ever.
Roaring Blood! I'll cover you!
What? I take this! Move!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Air Thrust! Great Leap of
Does it hurt? Cutting Flash!
I owe you.
On your
Lightning thrust!
Healing Circle!
Lunarongo!
Come forth and give us security!
Stalagmite!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
In an instant! Impact Block! Castle!
Illuminate the ground! Try to come holy water! Arch Field!
Be still!
Healing Circle!
I can carve through armor!
Tempest Wall!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
That's my shield!
Fluidity of your movement.
Shut him down!
Lightning Orb! Ready to go!
Stalagmite!
It's showtime! No more playing nice!
No further!
Air Thrust! Rain down and that'll bring you down! Let me show you what my art will do!
Soaring Blast!
Be still! You! Stay away from my friend! Lunarongo!
Don't mind if I do! Magic is there!
Shattering the pieces! Attack!
Not something special!
Soda! Lunarongo! Burn in hell! Lunarongo!
Holy Land!
No further!
I'm out of ammo! What? Lightning orb! Turn
Watch yourself! Lightning incredible power!
far beyond the darkest sky! Healing all Ponzi!
Stay still!
Mega Ponzi! Magic attack! Burning
Magic feel my viewing contempt! Shackle, ignite! You must be tired of hearing me. I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on our side, Sylvie.
Begin!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love resuscitation. Not done yet. Try it. Carried away. Infernal torrent. Be still. Regenerate.
Do it!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Okay. That was pretty easy.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renis Alma!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
Armor won't save you!
Not today!
Back into the fray!
I'll take you!
I can do this all day! Power of water!
Hitting pile driver!
Far beyond the darkest
Tornado
sky!
take this! Can't get out of this!
Radiant look!
Dazzle!
Shine! Radiant light! Full of regeneration!
Here's evil!
Regenerate!
I'll be saving you! Free play! Illuminate the dark! Magic advance!
Our arm is being interrupted.
I can do this all day! The power of my healing art to
It's on!
it!
Lunar
Here
Rondo!
goes! Illuminate the dark!
Use the steam! Burn in hell! Lunar Rondo! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Shut! I'll leave it to you! Lunar Rondo!
Hear my call! Not in your dreams! I handle it! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Can you take it? Benediction light.
There!
Heal! Lightning orb! Stay! Raging
still!
lightning!
Lunar Rondo!
In here! Never miss!
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight! Lunar Rondo!
Hear me! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Soaring blast! Can't get out of this!
Burning strike!
Glacial
We
sphere.
got here's the evil! More with that
I could do without this pain!
Radiant
Another incantation ruined.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Breath of life.
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. Shine. Radiant light. Regeneration. Lunarongo. Regenerate.
Radiant flame!
Burn in hell.
Now you see what I can do!
Lunarongo.
Mega Ray! Holy
Begin.
Ray!
Breath of life. Hear my Lunarongo.
Mega Ray!
Cure.
Here goes!
Dazzle.
Dance in the wind! Confiscated!
Take this. Be still. In a bind.
Raging Storm!
Target to me.
Again!
Time to let it rip. Lightning thrust. Everlasting shot.
Lunarongo! Flame of Fury! Burning Star beyond the darkest sky! Easter!
Easter. Benediction light.
Where are you going?
Lunarongo.
Radiant Ring!
I can carve through armor.
Flame of Fury! Burning Lightning Orb! Raging Hurricane! Spread!
Take this.
Burning
Lightning thrust.
Water! Hear my
Lunarongo.
Air Spread! Glacial Spear!
Things are looking good. Lunarongo. Blinding shot.
Do it!
In an instant. Impact cross.
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
Alright, so the real match?
This madness ends! Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far.
You know what? Let's use this now.
We faced so much. We can get through this. Together.
Naturally. We are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Armor won't save you.
Be still. No further.
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me.
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
This one's mine!
Lightning thrust.
Sleep now!
Lunarongo.
I'll be saving this one!
Lunarongo. This is looking good.
All day!
Take this.
Water, clear my call! I'll be saving this one! Glacial Spear!
What I can hear. Rending your heart.
Lost! You
and me.
From here on out! We did it!
Negative gate. Yeah.
Find back to the final ball. Go with the arms.
Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it. It's back.
By the power of water, saving this one!
Lightning thrust.
By the power of water!
You're finished.
Raging cascade!
No further. I'm not done.
Rending you apart.
Try harder.
Everyone okay?
alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Lunar Rondo!
Where are you going?
Regenerate!
Feel! Lightning!
Fist off! Be still!
Here's a healing! Don't blink!
I was really like.
Here, let me help.
Save you!
First aid! Denied! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
Be still! Lunar Rondo! Burn in hell!
Resurrection!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
In a bind?
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it! Holy Land!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Try harder! Try harder!
Where are you going? Who wants to die next?
Carried away!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Wind Astral Energy!
You picked the wrong fight! Now! Take this!
I can carve through armor!
In a bind?
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Destruction!
Holy Land! Freeze!
Illusion! Deity! Dazzle!
I'll heal you all! Photon Blast!
Negative hit! We did it! Lunar Rondo!
Ready to go! I'm
sorry to trouble you.
Lunar Rondo!
Will this help? Healing circle!
This one's all mine!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Lunar Rondo!
No further! All in order.
Shattering Easy! Attack time!
No dawn shall break this night.
Raging Cascade! Lunar Corruption!
Captivity!
Lunar Blast!
Here I go!
Illusion deity!
See what I can do!
I'll let the Navy handle this!
Lunar Rondo!
More where that came from!
deity!
Can't take the wind! Lunar Corruption! I'm all stocked up! For the attack! Raging Cascade!
Try harder!
I'm ready! Reload! Come, just
Try harder!
Burn up!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Go! One more!
Next!
Take this!
If it can do without, take this!
Ignite!
Heal! Wind Astral Energy!
Strike! Try this!
Lightning Condemned!
Inferno Torrent!
Thunderbolt! Arc Steel!
Strike!
Armor won't
save you! You're finished!
Confiscated!
Here I come! Shield!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
Okay, and
We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Shion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Oh. Don't tell me. I just play one by myself, don't I?
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Shion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
That's it. This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other ones, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a fairy. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
And I won't let you take them away! Your mind shall erase everything! Be still! I'll destroy you! All shall bow before you! Accept your... Take this! Ignite! Dazzle! Mirage! No escape! Destruction! Enough of your...
You can play safe.
This
You
should
can
do it!
feel.
Take this! The fury of lightning! This one's all mine! Burn! Why do you resist? I'm not done! Crush! Be still! Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Out of my sight! The fury of lightning! Ignite! This should do it! Here I come! Strike! Strike! I shall erase Sovereign! You are nothing! The fury of lightning! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You... Crush! Destruction! Crush! Destruction! Crush! You will beg me for mercy! Not today! The fury of lightning!
You did it
This
now.
should do it! Try harder! You're mine! Strike! Destruction! Lightning thrust! It's on! Try harder! I shall erase everything! You picked the wrong fight! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! The weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide, you can't have been alone your whole life. I remember the lashes of whips, each strike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The man who killed slaves for sport, and the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gambled the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
I am Crusoe! All others shall be banished!
I kill you! God.
Try harder! Try harder!
I don't know this bad.
The blazing sword. The power Shion has bestowed upon me.
I'll take you down! Incineration Wave! You picked the wrong fight! It's on! Incineration Wave! Ignite! The flame inside me yearns to be let. Time to let it rip! Infernal Torrent! Ah! Try this! Infernal Torrent! Incineration Wave! To hell! You picked the wrong fight! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! It's over!
Oh, you can't lose that last part. Let's get to now.
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun.
I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun!
I'm sorry. The Renis Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renis Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alph and I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Oh, finally. Whew. Okay.
Let's go!
I want to feel your head right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Well, I'm badly breathing and breathing to that ground, but each and every time we all stand up. Stop lying to yourself and be true to yourself, and that might be we both can exceed destiny. So let's jam it out. You will feel love when I'm right by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel your hair right now. You are the place, my only home. I know
Like all the hours. Went hoot. It's nice to see a game end with a happy ending. It's been a while since I had one of those. I got cool data. Alright. Holy moly. That took a bit longer than I expected to play straight. No breaks, no nothing. Only 5.5 hours. Basically to beat the game. From the point I was like, I only got 2 3 hours. Well, folks, I can't end the stream any better than beat. When the game starts interrupting me. Of beating a game, so. Great time to end the stream on a happy note. Hope you have a good one. I'll catch you all next time with something different.